Everyone, I'll call to order the meeting of the Common Council for Tuesday, March 22nd, 2022. I see everyone is present. Mrs. Spiros is joining us via Zoom this evening. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The item C on the agenda is the public comment period. At this time, the council president will recognize members of the public who have indicated a desire to address the council. Upon recognition by the council president, persons may address the council, first stating their name and address. The council may act on emergency matters introduced by the members of the public. Is there anyone who wishes to address the council tonight? Any citizens wanting to address the council? And going for a third time, seeing none, we'll move on to item D, approval of the minutes of the March 8th, 2022 regular meeting. A motion from Mr. Fire. Motion to approve. And a second from Mr. Wagner. Is there any discussion on the minutes from our last meeting? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
And that motion carries. Item E is staff updates. I'll let Mr. Bard present the announced CIP work sessions.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, yes, every year we have two major financial documents that we deal with. The one that gets the most publicity is the annual budget, but also the capital improvement program is a critical one. That's a blueprint for the 5 years of major spending that we do. This will be for the period of 2023, 2027. Staff has been working on this. We've collected the budget requests, I should say the CIP requests, from the various department and division heads, and we're combing through them now. And we'd like to put a bookmark in for the council for the meeting dates. If you recall the last 3 years, what we've done is we've had council work sessions, or special meetings, if you will, in early to mid-May to go through all the requests, get you caught up to speed on what some of them are, have some Q&A time, and then ultimately after that, hopefully by the end of the second work session, you're ready to move forward to put it on a regular council agenda for approval of the updated 5-year CIP. So the dates that we're recommending for this year would be 2 Thursdays, the first and third Thursday of May. That would be Thursday, May 5th and Thursday, May 19th, both at 6 o'clock in this building, in this room actually, for those work sessions. So unless anybody has a concern about those dates, we'll just plan on having the CIP work sessions on those 2 Thursdays. Any questions?
Any questions for Steve? Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Item F is the council president's comments. I'll start with some employee recognitions. Alan Ninas from the police department has 25 years as of 3/24. Eng from the technology department has 30 years as of 3/30. And Kevin Hamill from the police department, 25 years on April 7th. We had some excitement here this evening. The Police and Fire Commission announced the new police chief for the city of Marshfield. Former Lieutenant Jody Goering was promoted to Chief of Police. It's been my pleasure to know Jody his entire career, to watch him grow from a rookie police officer through the ranks to now being the Chief of Police, and to watch him grow as a man of integrity and honor. And I'm sure that he will do a fantastic job for the citizens of Marshfield. I'd also take this opportunity to recognize Pat Zepps, our Assistant Police Chief, for the work that he has done the past 18 months, leading the department through a very difficult time. And I think that we all owe Pat a debt of gratitude for the work that he has done. That's all that I have, so we'll move on to item G, which are council comments. Any council comments? No one? Okay, we'll move on to item H, reports from commissions, boards, and committees. Any commissions, boards, or committees this evening? Okay, We're moving right along. Item I is the consent agenda, which you have before you. Seeking approval. Mr. Butke, your motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay, and Mr. Fire seconds that. Is there any comments on the consent agenda? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
And that motion carries. There were no items removed from the consent agenda, so we will move to item K, a presentation in response to questions raised regarding Green Acres Estates First Edition, introduced by Steve Barg, City Administrator, and presented by representatives from Green Tree Construction. Steve.
Thank you very much. Well, on March 15th, just a week ago, the Plan Commission voted for approval for the final plat for the Green Acres Estates First Edition. That's the area down around 21st Avenue East and 21st Street East and Washington Avenue. So that's exciting. The council has been discussing a possible development agreement in closed session with the developers. The last meeting on March 8th, some questions and concerns were raised by council members, and we thought it best to have the developers here to answer and address those questions and anything else you might wish to ask. The reason this is an open session tonight rather than closed, which we were 2 weeks ago for this, was that we're talking about just broad generalities about the project itself. And but later tonight, we will go back into closed session to discuss the nuts and bolts of, if you will, of what might be a possible development agreement if this were to all come together. So that's why we're hearing this now, and the other piece will be later. So this time I'd like to invite the developers, Joe and Liz Umloff, and have them up here. They're with Green Tree Companies, and they can speak to some of the issues that have been forwarded to them that came from the council and answer any other questions that you might have about this development. And we're very excited to have them here tonight.
Well, we appreciate it. Thank you guys a lot. I guess we'll kind of give you the general outline and then ask whatever you'd like. We'll answer what we can, and if we don't know, we'll tell you that also. So I guess what we came is there's a 55 lot subdivision. We have it tiered so that we'll have a certain section of housing on the top that'll be, about 1,700 square feet, and then more workforce type housing on the rest of it. Those will there's a 1,500 square foot limit. We're actually going to use that only on a 2-story. We're going to use 1,400. So I guess our main business of what we do is we come into towns and we build workforce housing. So that number has changed a lot over the last year. 2 years ago, we would start at 200,000 and go up for there. Obviously, that's a much easier number for everybody to bite. The last couple of years here, that same house is now 275,000. None of our guys, none of us have made another cent on it. It's all inflation, materials we can't get, that sort of stuff. As everybody hears, interest rates are going up. The reason I say this is I kind of want everybody to know up front, there are a lot of things in the economy right now, as everybody knows, that affect stuff like this. This subdivision, I would have told you last year, 55 lots, it would take us 2 years to sell it out. We've just done one down in Wapaka. We've done 29 lots in a year. That's a third of the size of this that we sold. So there's a year and a half or a year and 3/4 because of how we measure housing goes different, because we used to build houses in 63 days. Now it takes 128 to 180 versus supply chain problems. So there's a little overlap in that. So what we were able to do with our volume that we build is we can get into these workforce. We are always the lowest out there so that we can bring these in. We run a very low overhead. That's the way we were able to do it. We run our own excavating crews, our own, framing, that sort of stuff. So that's the way we can do it. Here's the bad news. Now, in the climate that we're in, and that climate is not necessarily the economic that we're in, but when we have to put roads, streets, requirements, rainwater, wastewater, runoff, all that kind of stuff, to do an individual lot for a house in that price range, unless the city kicks in for it, it just doesn't happen anymore. There are certain places that we can do them in where there's not as much road, gutter, sidewalk, that sort of thing. But in any other place, you're looking at a lot cost probably I don't know if they've gotten them in the new ones in yet, but you're gonna look probably in, that $40,000 to $60,000 range, depending on what area it is. If you have that sort of thing, you can't get any entry-level housing because the lot costs are just out of this world. Housing is not gonna come down at all. We're seeing no indications of that anytime soon. I wish I could sit here and say we can do $200,000 houses. That's what everybody needs. Now that number is about 300,000. And, what we tell people is we do a lot of these. That's why we can we know this process well. Building $400,000 or $500,000 houses is easy. Anybody can do it. You know what I mean? You don't have to, but that entry level is where we need the help at. So I guess that's kind of our pitch to you guys.
Moving in.
Oh, the people that are moving in. So this is a really interesting development in the last 2 years. So who's coming in is you always have people that have left the area. We're seeing just a ton of that going back to the areas where we're building in and buying these houses. Kids, parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, and we're seeing them come from other areas of the country and they're resettling back here again. That's something that's, most communities are so excited they can't see straight because when the people come in there, a lot of them are telecommute jobs, so they don't use as much infrastructure when they come in. The people are so excited they can't see straight, they get to come back and they get to work. The other, we have the people that actually live in Marshfield. That is probably going into the subdivision. That'll be the lowest section of people moving from the city into that housing. It's usually people on the fringes coming in that drove, probably helped out with gas prices, but that drove too far. Now they can get a new house. The other thing is people coming from out of state, they all want new houses. That's the nicest thing. That's the thing you'll get. You got to have high-speed internet for them. Otherwise, people don't want it. And they want safe, I guess, is the other thing. So that is the largest thing that we hear of coming in. So, the towns in central Wisconsin that are getting, it's a boon for all of us. We're getting great people coming back here that, maybe didn't think they wanted to, and now they're coming back. So that's what we think is great for the town. Ask.
Okay, who's got questions? Mr. Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. The whole goal of this thing, when we started out with it, was to make these the entry-level houses. At 275 or maybe 300, is this still entry level? And what's the market for that? With the median income in Marshfield is what, about $53,000 a year? And that means there are just as many people under $53,000 a year as there are above it. Those people making that $53,000 a year, can they afford these houses?
You have to have a 2 income, to be honest with you. So what we kind of look at is we're looking for, when we come into, we want to see jobs that are paying somewhere between that $23 and $35 an hour, somewhere in there. The problem is we used to be able to come in at like 18, but now, and here's the bigger problem, every day that we're going on, as the interest rates go up, now that's taking that number and adding $200 a month.
So can you still do this and make money? Because you're not going to do this to lose money.
You're right.
I have that feeling about
Right.
that.
Right. I have a family that likes to eat also. So what we're doing now is we have a spreadsheet system that works, and every day we had to redo this, but now every day as stuff comes in, we readjust the pricing on it. And I don't think I would have told you last year it could not go any higher. Today, I'm telling you, I have no idea where it's going. So I would tell you, here's the good news of it. At the beginning of the year, the housing slowed. We sell about, 60, somewhere between 50 and 70 houses a year. So on the first part of the year, it was dead. We didn't sell any houses for 6 weeks. 3 weeks ago,
2 weeks ago, yeah.
2 weeks ago, probably was the best ever, 10 houses sold in a week.
And that's at these higher prices.
That's at the higher prices. We see that when things are jumping around. So that makes us good and bad. This week, people are still buying. So we're still seeing every week a couple people are buying, which is phenomenally good news considering all the bad news in the economy. I wish I could do a house for 200,000. We still need that. There's no way that we can do that at this present range. And I know I had spoken with you last. Even if we get, I thought a lot about this all week and tried to look through
So
here.
have I.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't think there's a way that we can get down to that range. I think that there's as you had asked me, I think that there may be something in like 900 square foot row housing, 3-1. The problem that we've seen is anything with like a 2-1, people don't want it. So it sits there. So I don't know how that would work in that.
2-1, can you explain that?
Oh, I'm sorry, 2 bedroom, 1 bath.
Oh, okay.
That has been something that we've tried. So we try every year different things to kind of see how the market is. I could tell you that's been a dud in every area that we've tried it. So I had 3 last year that we tried in different areas, and
So we're basing the finances of the TIF on an assumption of an assessed valuation on the house of 200,000.
yes,
Is that the correct thing? So obviously it's going to exceed that. So as far as the viability of the finances for a TIF district, they look okay.
they'll go way up. But
Yeah.
the availability for people buying it,
But the problem is, are we going to be able to sell those houses? Are you going to be able to sell those houses at that inflated price? And B, are we going to be getting the target audience that we want, that we know we need to reach? It doesn't seem like we're going to reach that target audience. But again, maybe that target audience is getting wageflation. Maybe their wages are going up too. We don't have any way of knowing that.
what I can tell you is we build the entry level in the places that we go into. I hate to come here and say an entry level house is 300,000. I feel like a fool. You know, we do this so that people can get into housing. Otherwise, I just build high-end housing. You know what I mean? That's going to be where it's at right now. I don't know. I know that the other housing, the old housing inventory is going up in pricing that's comparable to it. I can't give you the visibility out a year.
No.
And I would be lying to you if I told you that.
One last question.
Sure.
Do you still want to do this?
Yes. So I feel, this is what I would tell you. We've looked at this 100 times. Obviously, I'm putting cash money out on this. You know, it's going to cost me $3.5 million to put this part out here. I feel comfortable enough that we're going to keep. So what we do is we put models out to start anyway. I feel comfortable enough to keep them out there saying that people are going to need housing. This is the housing that they're going to buy coming in, you know, because this is it. You know, this is what now is entry-level housing. You know, whether I like it, anybody likes it, you know, we can't do it for less, you know.
Sir, I thank you for your honesty and your input. I really do. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Mrs. Spiros, do you have questions? Okay. No other questions? Thank you for your time.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
There was no action to take on that. It was just for information. We'll move on to item L, a request to approve staff's recommendation for the use of ARPA funding, presented by Steve Barg, City Administrator. Steve.
I think I'm getting my exercise tonight, just walking back from there. So not a lot of exercise, mind you, but a little bit. Anyway, yeah. What you have before you is the second run at this ARPA funding proposal from staff. Dan connected a nice job of proposing it and walking through it with you in the first meeting in March. And you have the spreadsheet that's been updated to reflect a handful of things that are shown in his memo. But I'm going to touch on these for people who might be watching at home as well as the council here. It's $1.933 million, roughly, that we get from ARPA, that the federal program. We've already received the first 966. It's in the bank. We're expecting the remaining 966 sometime soon. Initially, they proposed a lot of restrictions on this funding, what it could be used for. They've since relaxed it greatly. In fact, it's almost open season at this point, which is good for cities and villages to work with. The analysis, the things that have been revised, the Dan notes from 2 weeks ago. First of all, 17th Street from Maple to Peach, increasing the use of ARPA funds from $250,000 to $400,000 to supplement the other monies for this project. If you're on the Board of Public Works, you were there. In fact, Finance, Budget, and Personnel talked about this as well. The fact that the cost is higher than expected, partly because we've incorporated the improvements on the fairgrounds property into the scope of the project, and partly because of inflation, which I think we knew was going to be creeping in the way it is in society in general, and that did drive up the project bids. Along with that, we're reducing from $200,000 to $120,000 the amount that will be used for the 2022 asphalt paving program. That's based upon recommendation of an award that's expected to be given to the Board of Public Works on April 4th. And then from this, we would adjust the undistributed or reserved amount from about $250,000 down to $181,000. That would be available beyond what we're projecting to use for things that might come up, for overages that might occur, those types of issues that the council may wish to look at later. Also, the Communications Committee was expected to talk about a request for about $25,000 for a local low-power FM radio station. They did not get a quorum for that meeting, and as a result, that meeting did not occur last week, but they would still request that that item be kept on the list for you. You see it's on the list, but not under other projects. It's under other projects that you can consider below the line of the $1.9 million that the staff team is recommending for approval by the body. One thing I want to note, or two things actually I want to note before you have your discussion. First of all, economic development funding came into play quite a bit back on March 8th with this body. And I guess what I can tell you is, I mean, there are a couple things that are economic development related, certainly on the list, including some money targeted for possible work for, I should say, housing initiative. And then I would suggest that some of the other projects that are infrastructure related are, certainly will benefit economic development. Getting that water main put in up on the north end of Lincoln Avenue will provide an opportunity for residential development on the west side of that property, which the owner has indicated that he would like to do at some point. That's why the property was just recently rezoned. But anyway, as far as other things that might come up, and economic development is important, certainly we can always look at changing priorities if need be, and the EDB has got a lot of targets that they're working under for trying to incentivize more commercial, industrial, and residential growth. But without a specific project in mind, we didn't add anything here. Certainly, if you want to take that money shown as reserve, nearly $200,000, and target it with a bookmark for economic development projects that might come up, that would certainly be fine. But without anything particular to put on the line right now, like we have for the other items on that list, we just really weren't sure how we were going to do that. So, but like I said, priorities can always be shuffled down the road as well if projects haven't been completed and the monies haven't been spent. With that, I would also indicate what's down at the bottom of Dan's memo, that if you do in fact approve a motion to this effect tonight to accept staff's recommendation or some modified version of that, we would like you to know that you are giving direction for the 2022 projects, for these to be used as funding sources, these monies, to get those done. 2023 and 2024, you'll obviously see in the upcoming budget process, but we need some clarity as to what you would consider allocating from ARPA toward the projects on that list that are 2022 projects. So a positive motion by this body tonight would be a go-ahead for us to plan on allocating the dollars in this plan to those projects as they are coming down the pipe later this year. And some of them probably not all that far down this year. So with that, I would take any questions about the updated list or anything related to the ARPA funding proposal.
Does anyone want to make a motion to start, or should we just have discussion? Mr. Fire, your motion. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second? A second from Mr. Hendler. Okay, Mr. Fisher, you're first on the line.
Thank you, Council President. I have two things. The first is you kind of went over that real quickly, so I want to go over the asphalt paving program. So can you say that again? It's going to happen on April 4th?
We would reduce the amount of ARPA funding to be allocated, and that's largely because of the money that's being used from ARPA for East 17th Street. That really reduces the amount of ARPA funding that would be available to put toward the 2022 asphalt list. But my understanding is the Board of Public Works was supportive of that East 17th Street has been on the docket for so long that we want to do what we can to get it completed this year. So
Yeah.
asphalt paving in general took a slight backseat in terms of the amount of ARPA funding that would be put toward it.
At the April 4th Board of Public Works meeting, we'll be looking at delaying one of the asphalt overlay projects. We think we can get several more years of life out of that without a big issue. We originally thought that there were more utility problems to deal with underneath that roadway. And with our design and research, it hasn't been as we think we can get by for a while on it. So that's how we reduce the asphalt budget to help fill that and leave some more reserve in there.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can brace yourself. I mean, I know I like to count every penny, but, you know, and I said this kind of at Board of Public Works, I mean, we have $181,000 of unreserved for ARPA. So, not sure why we necessarily have to cut back the asphalt paving program. So that's just something I don't know why we're doing it when you have $181,332. I think you could easily take the 60 grand from that unreserved and do the asphalt paving program as is. I'm not an engineer and I'm not on staff, so if you're making that recommendation, so be it. I just, you know, you got free money, so I don't understand. But moving on, my second question or my second comment is, I do think we need to talk more about economic development. I think some of the unreserved funds we need to consider using for economic development. So I think I would like to see us really ask staff and the Economic Development Board to maybe bring some ideas of economic development projects and what kind of projects we could do for some of these funds. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Well, I think it's a really good point. You know, again, just to go to the point of the fact that why we are leaving nearly $200,000, you know, sort of reserved for future years. Part of it is the fact that we may see overages on some of these projects because of inflation. But the other is uncertainty what the priorities might be. So I think it's a wise suggestion to ask the EDB to take a look at, you know, along with city staff, what there might be that we could potentially bookmark of that for a project that would benefit the city in terms of economic development. But for right now, we just thought it was wise just to keep it set aside. It wouldn't be ever used without your blessing later. And but in the meantime, we can concurrently be looking at that.
Mr. Butke, you're up.
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Fisher. I think the people I talked to after the Board of Public Works that I took, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but we didn't want to cut the street projects back. You know, I respect what Mr. Churchy has said, but if you're moving it back, everything gets moved back again, you know. One of the biggest complaints in the community is roads. And I will not support that if we, and I don't have much time left, but I do not support that if we're going to cut road projects back. I just think that's a wrong thing to do. All you're doing is passing it back to another year, and another roads are going to get farther and farther behind. So that's my comment. Thank you.
And again, I totally appreciate that. Every time we've talked to people or we have surveys, that always comes up, the street repair is the most important thing on everybody's list. I would just remind you again that if those dollars are kept on reserve, they may well be used ultimately anyway for street projects because of the inflation that's creeping in and the overruns on the planned projects for the next couple of years that are already in the pipeline. So, you know, I agree, and yet I think there's a very good chance it may well be used on streets ultimately anyway.
Mr. Wagner.
Thank you, sir. A couple of things that I need to touch base on. One is, you know, this is an opportunity to take advantage of improving some of our infrastructure, especially stuff that we know we're going to have to pay for in the future. And one of them that I think should be listed as a higher priority is the replacement of the boilers at the fire station, the two boilers at the fire station. I think they should be moved up, and something out of this next year's, out of this immediate funding should be deleted or to replace that, or to cover it. You know, move one from 2023 to 2022 is what I'm saying. The other thing is, one of the philosophies that was talked about down at county for how to spend their 14.1 million, which sounds like not a lot of money, but for the county, that's peanuts. Is that one of the things was that we should use this money to do something that, well, if you ask yourself, you look at a project and say, we will never, ever, ever, ever spend tax dollars on this. Well, this is the opportunity to get yourself something that you wouldn't want to spend tax dollars on. And that FM radio station is the great idea, that low power FM radio station. And that means that people that do not have cable TV, do not have a way of streaming on their phone, streaming the council meetings, or seeing what their government actually does by any other means, all they got to do is turn on an FM radio and listen to what's going on. So I want us to consider that and maybe consider doing that in the second year.
Can I respond? Yeah, first of all, regarding the boiler at the fire station, don't jump up yet, Pete, but I may ask you to step forward in a second. I think, and I wasn't on the team, Dan Connect led this team in terms of the staff level review of what projects to bring forward, not that I wasn't part of, hearing what happened and weighing in. But I think the reason why you see the number that you see on that spreadsheet of $934,000 is because that conveniently ties to the amount we already have collected. They've already given to us, it's in the bank. We are expecting the second payment sometime in 2022, not necessarily a date established yet for when we receive those monies. So he probably was trying to keep the 2022 allocation of ARPA funds to that 933 or below, roughly. And I'll let Pete speak in a moment to the need for that improvement. I think at one point you said it could wait till 2023. If moving it up to 2022 is desirable and this body agrees, we can certainly fit that in. Regarding the low power FM station, again, same thing. This recommendation is for your review. If you feel you see fit to add that, you certainly can. It'll just either move around the numbers from one year to the next or reduce that $181,000 that Councilmember Fisher and I were just talking about that would be left in reserve. Pete, do you want to address the boiler and whether or not it's prudent to hold off till 2023 or needs to be done sooner?
Sure. For the boilers, I appreciate the gesture, but right now we have 4 boilers. 3 are currently working. We're able to limp along those 3 boilers and still get the job done. It's just a project that needs to get done soon, but not necessarily this year.
It was my understanding, you told us not too long ago that those boilers that were put on the roof originally, they are basically, you had to cannibalize one of the 4 to get parts for it to work because they don't make parts for them anymore. So you want to take a chance of running another winter with them, right?
You're correct in the fact that, yes, we're limping along 3 boilers with technically 1 boiler.
So if one goes, if one goes down, you can't repair it.
Correct.
If 2 go down, you can't repair it and you all got to wear fur coats.
Well, hopefully not. It's for the in-floor heat system, so out on the apparatus floor. That's what those boilers are for.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Marshall.
I'm kind of on the same thing as Mr. Wagner's talking about. What about the boiler for the Second Street Community Center? It says it was installed in 1961. So is that not something that should be done this year before next winter comes along? I mean, that, I know Justin's not here, but last week he said that's old.
Yeah, I think you could certainly look at adjusting that. And again, I suspect that the premise of the 934 total for 2022 is based upon monies in hand and not knowing the date that they would provide us that second payment. I would think we could certainly slot any improvements that you want into 2022 or move up ones from 2023 to 2022, maybe with the understanding that, we're not going to spend the monies if we don't have them yet. Maybe have that toward the back of the 2022 bus, so to speak. But we are expecting the other 933,000, I think, sometime in the next few months. So again, your purview, whether you want to move the monies around and move those things up.
Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Council President. I'm kind of in the same way of thinking as my two colleagues. I mean, I look at I'm going to start with the fire department. I understand what Chief Floody is talking about here, and you probably can get by, but it still does concern me. Because if I heard you right a couple weeks ago, there's no warranty on this. If another one goes out, I love your optimism, but I'm a cynic and I'm a pessimist, and I'm going, I don't know if I really want to take that chance. So I think it's something we really need to be thinking about. And I understand the idea of, there's only 934,000, sounds like, that we have currently, but I think that's something we need to be thinking about, is moving that maybe into this year's. And then I was also looking at the same one that Mr. Varsho mentioned, and I mean, that is an old 1961. I'm thanking God it's lasted because that's a long time. So, I mean, I think we need to be also looking at those too. I mean, I feel like these are two issues we really need to be addressing sooner than later.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, and again, I'm sorry, I'll have to assume that, Justin, as part of the team who put this funding package together, thought he could get one more year out of it. But again, as Pete said earlier, certainly do recognize and thank you for the sentiment to possibly move that up if possible. If that's your decision, just bring it on in your motion, and whatever movement you make between one year and the other, we'll incorporate it.
Oh, just put up a lot here. Mr. Butke.
Thank you. You're right on. You talk about the boilers, for example. We can get one more year, and you always hope you can. But if you don't, you know where the money's coming from? The contingency fund, which we weren't going to touch. Mm-hmm. Remember that, folks? We weren't going to be touching that because we put so much money in there, and that's where you're going to get it from. So again, I think you should, for maintenance type things or things that are very important, such as boilers, they should be first on the list.
Mr. Varsho.
So you mentioned something about knowing if you're going to get the next half within the next couple weeks, next month and a half. Are these 934,000 immediate that we have to do tonight? Or is it something we look at 2 weeks from now? I know that the street improvement needs the 17th Street project money, I would assume, but is this something we wait for a month and see if you get that other half, we can move all those up that we need to move up?
Well, I think that's something you could do, but I think the better move might be to say, look, we've decided we'd like to have this 1.1 million spent in 2022, but the ones below this line, we just wait until we have the dollars from the federal government. So in other words, there's a couple of projects, whether they be the new ones you're introducing tonight, moving up from 2023 to 2022, or something that's currently on the list moves down, but that there be some kind of a bright line beneath which we don't expend those funds until we have the remainder in hand. But certainly you can go beyond that first amount, because we do expect clearly during 2022 to get that second payment.
Mr. Wetzel.
Thank you. I guess what I would recommend is leaving the list in the order that it's somewhat presented there, with the idea that things that have been identified for this year are taken care of, and that maybe we put a little asterisk next to all the 2023 items with the idea that if the monies come available, we don't wait. We utilize the monies when they become available, because I think there are some concerns there that are legit. I really am struggling looking at the 2022 list to see if there's anything that could be pulled or swapped or switched around. And the only thing I see is a citywide revaluation as an option, because there's nothing else that would add up to some of these things, like the boiler on 2nd Street. I personally am not worried about the boiler on 2nd Street. I'm worried about the boiler's fire department, but I'm not worried about the boiler at 2nd Street, because that thing's been well maintained. And when I went in there during the 2nd Street construction and I looked at that, you could open a restaurant. That place is so clean and so well kept. So that one doesn't worry me. I know there's boilers that were built in the 50s that are still running. Boilers that were built in 62 were built well. I'm not worried about that boiler. I am worried about the fire station. But if you look at something like a firewall upgrade, that cannot be pushed back. I mean, we're looking at security, we're looking at data, we're in a world right now where companies are getting hacked, ransomware, everything else. Anything that we can do to protect our technology, we need to do that. So that cannot be pushed off. So my guess, I guess what I would say is, let's leave the 2022 as the 2022. Let's star the 2023 to be done whenever the money's become available. And that's what I guess I would be looking at doing. And so if that requires an amendment, can't push the button, it won't let me. Ed's amending? Okay, I'll be done.
Okay, we have an amendment to the motion.
Yes, the amendment to the motion I'd like to make is that we add to the 2022 list the items we talked about. That's the ones for the fire station, the one for the Second Street. Oh, yeah, the Second Street amendment that you made. And then what was the other one? The other one was the one that you talked about at the Second Street Community Center. Have them added contingent upon funding available, meaning that if we get the money from the feds, we go ahead this year now and start with it. Otherwise, it'll just sit there and then be done next year. Is that clear?
Was it just two projects?
That's pretty much what Mr. Wetzel was talking about, I think.
But it's your motion, so you tell us. So the two projects you said.
Just the two projects?
The two boiler projects, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Witzel, you're seconding that? Okay.
Thank you.
Is there discussion on the motion to amend? Mr. Butkey?
Thank you. I've got a question on other projects considered. And I brought this up before about why we pay for water main. I got that part. When there's new construction at the city, meaning City Hall has to pay for the water main, or the water main. But we have on here water service, private side, non-residential lead service replacement. Why is that not the water utility?
Can we save that question for when we go back to the main topic?
Whatever. It's, okay. I don't know why.
Just save it for a minute because we're talking about the
Amendment first.
Whatever.
amended motion.
Bunch of,
Any further questions on the amendment? Okay, let's vote on the amended motion.
I didn't want to.
Mrs. Spears?
Yes.
And that motion carries. Now, Mr. Butkey, please continue.
I'm not sure I want. Okay, so why, and it's not scheduled for other, but why would we fund, and I know to help the homeowner, I get that. Why is that not the water use? Customer cost of
Is
curb.
his microphone, is your microphone on? Mrs. Spiros can't hear you. I'm just wondering if your microphone's on.
Okay, can you hear me now, Rebecca? Okay. What I'm saying, Rebecca, is the private side non-residential lead service replacement. The plan is, if that was approved, to take it out of this money, the Arpa money. Why is that not the water utility? Secondly, customer cost of curb stop installation. Why is that not, and Tom's itching up here to talk, but I still believe that should be the water utility. Go ahead.
All right. Right now, what we're dealing with water utility owns the service up to, but not including the curb stop. So the portion of lead in a residential property that is from the main to the curb stop is paid for by the water utility. That's covered under theirs. The It's a curb stop, and the service to the house is considered owned by the property owner. And there have been quite a few grants by the DNR to help replace the funding. They are looking at trying to get those out of the city system and doing approximately 150 to 170 replacements per year, and are assisting residential property owners to do that. The DNR has not offered any dollars to assist the replacement of non-residential or business-led services, the private side. And that's what this proposal kind of was proposing, to try to fix some of the residential or the non-residential private side. As far as who owns the different pieces and why it's not funded, I'm going to leave that up to Nick, and we'll go there.
Well, okay, thank you, Tom. And just so people know, I'm not against getting rid of the lead services. That's not where I'm going at all. But I still would question, I would like for Nick to come back sometime and first of all, tell us if that's the norm throughout the state, that it's done that way. It almost sounds like it's not, but I don't know that. But that seems like the utility should be giving that type of money for that. So thank you.
And to that point, I'll ask him to come to our next meeting and address it if you're okay with that.
Mr. Witzel.
Thank you. I understand what Tom's saying, but it's the reality that it is the property owner, and it is also the reality that it's the norm. That's why the DNR offers grants to communities to be able to provide that funding to the residential. It would be great if my sidewalk was busted up and the city would replace that, but that's my responsibility. It would be great if the stop for the water was bad and the utility would replace that, but they don't. It's my responsibility. It'd be great if the lead line that went from the shutoff that I had to have replaced to the house would have been covered by utility, but it's not. It's the reality. As a property owner, there are certain things that I'm required to do: replace my sidewalk, take care of the lead line. The other truth is, and I did ask Nick about this, a lot of residents are just leaving them. They don't care. I've always had lead, raised my family here, nobody's had a problem. I'm not going to change it. But it has to be identified when you sell the house then that there's a lead service line if you know it's there. That's a ding to the residential seller, who now has to disclose a lead service line to their house, and it's not going to be helpful when they're trying to sell the house. The grants are available. I just found out at the last utility meeting that there's another bunch of grants that are available. They were awarded again this year. Again, it's all hitting the residential. This is looking at everything that's not residential, commercial, industrial, whatever else. But it's the reality. There are certain things that a homeowner has to pay for: sidewalk, service line, shut off, all that stuff, and it's normal. If you want to have Nick come, that's great. He can explain it again, but that's the reality. Wish it wasn't. This was to help those non-residential. It's not covered by DNR grants. But again, it's what reality is.
Any further comments? Seeing none, the motion currently is to approve the staff recommendation for the use of the ARPA funding with the additional amendment of the boiler projects at the Second Street Community Center and the fire department added this year if the money becomes available for those two projects. That's the motion. Please vote. Mrs. Spiros.
Yes.
And that motion carries. Item M is a request to approve revised payroll resolution number 2022-03, new seasonal pay scale, presented by Steve Bark, City Administrator.
Thank you. This will be considerably easier than the ARPA funding discussion, I guarantee it. At the last Finance, Budget, and Personnel meeting, and then the council meeting earlier this month, we brought through a seasonal pay resolution to adjust the scale to reflect some of the things that we're dealing with in terms of trying to get summer help, in particular because of the competition from fast food restaurants and other employers, and how those pay for those individuals has been increasing in recent years. As a part of that, which was approved by the council on March 8th, I somehow, amazingly, uncaught by anybody, had actually reduced the pay by accident for level 5, which is the head lifeguard and the recreation program supervisor, from $14 an hour to start to $13 an hour, and then stepping up from there, when the intent was to go to $14.50. go up 50 cents for each of the various steps. So the request before you tonight is to approve the revised payroll resolution number 2022-03 with that one change to level 5 to make the adjustment of the slight increase in position for those individuals from $14 to $14.50 for step 1, and then going from there the way it's shown on the document in your packet.
Butke, your motion.
Move to approve.
Mr. Fisher seconds that. And is there any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
That motion carries with 1 nay. Item N is a request to hold a special council meeting on Tuesday, March 29th at 5:30 PM to consider an ordinance modifying the city's ward boundaries, which is required due to legislative redistricting, presented by Steve Barg, City Administrator.
Thank you. Recently, Deb Hall, our city clerk, got notice from the Wisconsin Elections Commission of our need to make further adjustments to our ward boundaries. And this is because wards in our municipality have been split by legislative or congressional districts as a result of redistricting done at that level. So they actually need this by April 10th, which is before the next council meeting. And when I say this, I mean an ordinance to be accepting and to making the modification. Deb may be able to explain this farther, but we're planning on asking you, and as part of this motion, I'm asking you to approve having a special council meeting a week from tonight, Tuesday, March 29th at 5:30, presumably fairly short, to review the proposal that staff brings forward, and hopefully at that meeting, not only hear the first reading, but actually waive the second reading and approve the ordinance so that we can send this on for approval. It's very disturbing. I think Deb would agree that we get this so late in the process. It puts us in kind of a box to get this done in a very short time frame. But I know that she is working on it, and David Bueller, our GIS coordinator as well, to try and make the necessary adjustments. Anything to add to that before we look for a motion, Deb?
No, I just wanted to clarify that this is nothing that we did wrong. We submitted our plan. State did not adopt their plan till much later. And just like they did 10 years ago, they came in and split some of our wards again.
Hey, Mr. Wagner, your motion.
Motion to set the, for the date for a special council meeting.
And Mr. Varsho seconds. And is there any discussion? Mr. Witzel?
Thank you. Is this modifying what the committee had put together then?
So what it does is, for instance, I'm just gonna say District 8, they had 2 wards, wards 8 and 18. But when the state was done doing their part of redistricting, they put part of 18 in one Senate district and the other part in another one. And so now we just gotta work with their split and rename it. So now District 8 will have 3 wards.
Okay.
So it'll still be distributed equal population as far as district goes. Your ward boundaries will just be smaller.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Wagner?
Yeah, this doesn't affect anything that is coming up on April 5th.
No, the reason that for the urgency of adopting it by April 10th is because for the partisan election in the fall, they take out papers on April 15th.
Jeez.
Any further discussion? The motion is to approve a special council meeting for Tuesday, March 29th at 5:30. Please vote.
Yes.
And that motion carries. Item O is to discuss possible changes to the process for refilling vacant staff positions, presented by Adam Fisher, Councilmember District 7.
Well, there's really not, thank you, Council President. I don't know if I really have that much to present. I just asked for this to be put on a future agenda item. I know this was discussed recently at the Finance, Budget, and Personnel Committee, and they chose not to do anything at that time. But after seeing what transpired after our clerk announced her retirement, I just started thinking again about the need to maybe revisit the policy of refilling positions and just expediting this. I mean, my philosophy has always been if a position is budgeted, it should be filled. I assume staff are looking at whether or not any position is relevant. I can understand in seasons why you will maybe pull the reins in. And I know the argument will probably be made, well, maybe we're still in that season because of some of the budgetary issues that we're having. But I think it's worth at least a conversation and a dialogue here at the council level as to what we're going to do in the future, because I would hate to have to do what we did again and just rush something to the council meeting. I think there are better ways to do it, I guess is maybe the best way to put it. So I just wanted to have an open dialogue with my peers about the idea of filling positions, maybe in a more timely manner, and maybe letting staff have that ability to fill those positions. Thank you.
Mr. Butke?
Thank you. I agree with Adam on this. Again, if it's a budgeted position, that's fine. I don't see a problem with doing what that does. And Steve can relate to this now with all the people leaving at one time. It really taxes staff for somebody to fill in. It just delays it a little bit more by going through the process. Finance committee, council, so on and so forth. My feeling on that is let our people run that type of thing. We all know, unless somebody's going to come up and say, hey, we don't need that position or something like that, and you question, that's different. But if it's just filling position, in this case, let Steve and the HR people do their job and move on and get it done quicker. Because with all the people you have that left now, Steve's filling in for Dan, he's on vacation, but there's a lot of other people, and Deb's gonna decide to leave us too. Which she really shouldn't, but I just think let staff do their job.
Any further discussion on that matter? Motions on that matter? Mr. Witzel?
Thank you. That was the way it was prior to COVID. And of course, people have their opinions on what the situation is with COVID, but it was very difficult to look at taxpayers who were facing issues of layoffs and furloughs and decreased pay, and to say everything's trucking along great with the city and nothing's changing, or just continuing to rehire and we're not even reevaluating and we're just moving right along because it was budgeted. And I think that the fact that the city staff didn't have to deal with furloughs and didn't have to deal with budget, with wage decreases, any of those types of things. I think that I respect our staff. I think they do a great job. They're oftentimes in a very difficult situation, but it's really difficult when the public is seeing a very different world at the city than they're seeing in the rest of the community. I realize that we're beyond the pandemic stage right now. I also realize that we're not dealing with furloughs and we're not dealing with decreased wages and we're not dealing with shuttered businesses to the same extent as what we were dealing with back then. But what I have also come to realize is that sitting on the Finance Budget Personnel Committee and having individuals come forward with requests for staff, I don't think there's ever been a time we've said no, at least not that I can think of right off the top of my head. But it's been an opportunity for those directors, those managers, those individuals to sharpen their pencil. It's been an opportunity for them to come forth and say, this is why it's justified. I think it's great exercise. I also have found that the majority of we need to refill a position has included a tweaking of a job description. I don't know that those job description tweaks would occur if
If a job description adjustment has to come to finance, budget, and personnel, but just simply refilling a position doesn't, I don't think we're gonna have adjustments that are appropriate to those positions if it's just easier to say, just fill it. And so I think that there's value in that as well. Yes, I understand the situation. We've had some key positions leave. I don't know why. I have a feeling we're gonna discuss a little of that in the next item. But I don't think that's the norm. I think the situation where we had to suddenly put something on the agenda for the entire council to look at regarding the city clerk position, I think is a very unusual situation. I think there's value. I think there's value in staff looking at the positions, looking at what those positions entail, perhaps sharpening the pencil to adjust a job description if it would better suit the city and better serve the citizens of the city, and then to bring that to the Finance, Budget, and Personnel Committee. Yes, it does slow down the process slightly, but it's a thoughtful process. It's not just a simple rubber stamp, let's keep rehiring. You know, one of the emphases, one of the reasons, one of the benefits of coming into this building from the multi-floor, lots of points of contact for people, was that we could potentially reduce some staff because we don't need to have a point person at every single floor, at every single connection point. I think we've done that. I don't know if we've done it completely as much as we expected to, but again, a chance for staff to reflect, to justify. I think it's a good policy. I don't know what the rest of the council says, but that's my take on it.
Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Council President. I agree with some of the things my colleague, Mr. Witzel, said. You know, during the pandemic, it was an unprecedented time. It made sense to me at the time to go through that process. 2 years later, I'm just starting to wonder, how long does this process continue? I mean, I think I understand some of the thoughts about, you know, sharpening the pencils, but, and I'm going to say this, I mean, if people aren't sharpening their pencils when they're not coming to a committee, I have a bigger concern. And so I have high expectations that, Steve, you are going to require your department heads to sharpen their pencils every day of the week when they're looking at filling a position. And if that's not happening, I think we need to have a conversation as a council with you, Steve, about making sure that does happen. I mean, I think we can still, I would like to believe we can still find the same outcome, but having a more, having a process that is easier to, you know, and if there's a position that needs to be filled, we fill that position in a timely manner. I mean, I've heard, and I guess I would welcome maybe staff or Steve to come up and talk about this, but it would be it's my theory or understanding, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, that there have been times where you want to fill a position, but you're waiting until the next Finance, Budget, and Personnel Committee. Now, one, is that true? I'd like to know that, and then I have a follow-up question.
Okay, yeah, that loop does take a couple of weeks, depending upon when a person might turn in their resignation. You know, when is the next Finance, Budget, and Personnel Committee meeting? If this were a Finance, Budget, and Personnel Committee meeting right now and someone turned their resignation in tomorrow, it would be a fairly lengthy loop because we wouldn't have another meeting for 2 weeks and then the council, you know, giving its blessing to move forward after that. Other times, not quite as much. But it simply adds to the time of the process. I'm not going to make more of it than it is, but if it takes maybe, 8 to 10 weeks to fill a position, that's going to make it 10 to 12 weeks. And sometimes that's a bigger problem than other times, depending upon what the position is and what the impact is of having that be vacant for a longer period of time.
Thank you, Steve. That does answer my question, and that's what I thought was probably on occasion happening, and I never want to see anybody leave employment at the city, but when someone chooses to leave, I want to make the process of refilling that position as painless as possible so that we can get staff on, train them, because it's been my experience and it's my opinion. You don't really accomplish a whole lot when you're training staff. I don't care who you are, I don't care what department or what field you're in. If I'm having to train someone, my efficiency at my job starts to go down. And so what I would like to see is, one, I want to build retention because I don't want to lose people, because that's always the best of, that keeps efficiency moving forward. But if I'm going to have to fill a position, I want to fill that position as quickly as possible. And obviously you want to get the best candidate, but I want to fill that position as quickly as possible. I don't want to wait if it's 8 weeks now, 10 weeks, or if it's 10 weeks now, 12 weeks. So these are things that I'm thinking through, and I'm going, I just want to make this process easier. And what I personally think is the council needs to say to our city administrator, and then you say to your staff, these are our expectations. If you're filling a position, you better sharpen your pencil and you better come to the city administrator with a compelling reason to fill that position. And if we start to sense that's not happening, we need to hold you accountable, Stephen. I'm not trying to,
No, I agree.
point you out, but you are the man in charge. And so we then need to hold you accountable. I'm just, to see where this goes, I'm going to make a motion that we start to allow staff to refill budgeted position.
Is there a second to that motion? Mr. Butke seconds that motion. You want to go ahead, Steve?
Yeah, thank you, Nick. I want to say something, no matter how this conversation and vote turns out, I just want you all to know that I've been here for 11 years, and when somebody leaves, oftentimes the pause button is hit, and I have conversations with department and division heads about, might there be some other opportunities to look at in terms of could we combine positions or whatever. We've done that before. In fact, earlier this month, we've had a part-time individual leave from one of our departments, and we've actually hit the pause button at the recommendation of the department head, saying, let's just hang on for a minute, let's take a look at how it pans out, talk about some opportunities and decide what to do then. So, we do evaluate whether or not there's a better way to do it, whether there's a way to combine a position with another one or some way to get some efficiencies that you don't really see. And there have been some things that have come from that in my roughly decade here. So I just want that to be known by the council and anybody watching. That's something we do on our own to some degree.
Mrs. Spiros?
Yes, okay, thank you.
Mr. Wagner, I called on Mrs. Spiros.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
She's waving at me. She doesn't have a button.
She does that often, that's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I was just going to say, I don't really recall this becoming a policy when the pandemic started. I feel like I've been on the Finance Budget Personnel Committee a lot longer than that, and those jobs were being brought to us before the pandemic. Am I misspeaking here, Steve? No. I don't remember that being the reason that they started coming to this council or to the Finance and Budget Committee.
Councilmember Spiros is exactly right. And I was thinking that when I was sitting there, and I didn't say it when it came up here. It may have been enhanced a little bit by the conversations regarding COVID that were mentioned by Councilmember Witzel, but it started after the TIF financing issue came up back in early 2019, and the realization that we might be under some structural budget concerns going forward. And the thought was on the committee back in, I think, early to mid 2019, maybe one way to deal with that was to say all positions need to come before that body, before they're refilled, to make sure that we can look at whether or not there are efficiencies, is a position really needed in hard financial times. And as was said earlier, I don't believe we've ever heard the Finance, Budget, Personnel Committee or the council ever say no during the last 3 years to replacing an individual when they left. But there's been some review, and there've been department and division heads at this podium explaining the value and why they think it needs to be refilled. But it really did predate COVID. It went back to when we had some budget concerns coming out of that financial issue in early 2019.
Go ahead with your follow-up.
Oh, yeah, so just to follow up, that wasn't my main point. I was just trying to reconcile that in my own head because I was thinking, I feel like this has been around longer than the pandemic. But I do want to make a couple of points. I see a value in it coming to the Finance, Budget, and Personnel Committee. I don't know how something would get delayed 3 or 4 weeks since we meet weekly, opposite. So I could see something getting delayed even up to maybe 10 days, and that's just because it happens, a few days before the Finance and Budget, and then it will go to the Common Council the following week. But some of the things that we've done at the committee level is a lot of the times we do ask for the job description to be looked at. And that often comes back with a lot of redlining through the original position. We talk about the salary of the position, if there's an opportunity to change that, and there have been positions maybe that we haven't, I don't recall any times that we've not filled a position that's come up, but there have been times that positions have been wanted to be created. And believe me, there's been a lot of long and meaningful conversations at the committee level, along with staff, and some of those have not come to fruition because that committee has held tight on the fact that they didn't feel there was a need for that. So there's a lot that goes on that committee. I do realize that it could slow the hiring process down slightly, but I do see value, like Mr. Witzel had said earlier. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Wagner?
Thank you. Ms. Spiros made a couple of remarks that I strongly agree with. A lot of times what happens with, as soon as somebody leaves, they start looking at the hiring managers will start looking at it and saying, well, wait a minute, we want to do, we don't think this person had enough of this work element in there, so we're going to increase this work element, and they send it over to HR, and guess where it ends up? It ends up in reclassification every time. And basically that's what happens is most of the time when somebody leaves, we see a request to refill it at a different pay grade. The other thing that happens is after an offer is made, quite often we're seeing, well, this person really needed more incentives, so we had to make some adjustments to the STIP or the benefits or something like that. We see a lot of that. And we see a lot of that stuff that comes before the committee. I don't think we'd know it if we didn't say that we wanted these things to look at it. I guess if it came to a financial thing, you would bring it to us. But Steve, I'm glad you're still at the podium because I got a question for you. And as far as the delays, have you, in your 11 years here, have you ever lost a candidate because it had to be taken to the council or had to be taken to the committee first?
There'd be no way of knowing that because we can't even post it until we get the blessing from the Finance, Budget, and Personnel Committee, so we're not even getting any applicants. And I can't stand before you and say that we've lost 5 candidates or 10 candidates or anything like that. The concern has been raised to me sometimes with some of the positions. The closer it gets toward entry level, as you look at our org chart, the more some of those folks are quickly gobbled up into other positions in other organizations. But I couldn't make the case that we've lost people specifically.
And so essentially, this is just a basic inconvenience to the staff to have to come before the Finance, Budget, and Personnel Committee, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, you could say inconvenience for staff. I mean, it affects what's going on. In other words, you take some of the people who've left in the last few months, the fact of the matter that other people are really covering for them for an extra 2 weeks or so, it's not the end of the world. I'm not going to stand here and tell you that it is. Whether we have a new development services director start on this date or a date 2 weeks later isn't going to kill us, but it does stretch the other staff that are left behind filling in for that person in various capacities. That's all I can really say to you.
Okay, I think this is somewhat of a tempest in a teapot, but I don't think we need to make any policy change. Thank you.
Mr. Butke?
Thank you. I don't disagree with what Mr. Wagner has said or Mr. Witzel when there's a change. If there's a change in the job description or whatever, I can totally understand that. But there's many times it doesn't happen that way. It's basically the same. I would like to see some way to speed that process up.
Thank you. And some of the job description changes that we bring before you aren't ones that are intended to say, look, we've determined this person is doing higher level work and it needs to go to McGrath, our compensation consultant, for further review. Sometimes it's just simply cleaning up language that's not accurate, that over the years, somebody's been doing the job for 10 or 15 years, and the wording isn't even correct in terms of who they work with and what they do. But there are times, I admit, sometimes come out of it that we find out that somebody is actually performing work that would suggest we need to revise the job description and possibly send it on for compensation review. I don't know how often that's happened. I haven't been chronicling it, but I won't deny that it happens from time to time. But that's what comes out of when you realize when somebody left and you look at their job description before you refill it and you say, oh my gosh, she's been doing 2 or 3 things that aren't shown on here. Is this worthy of review or not? You talk about it, you look at it, you maybe share it with your consultant and try and determine whether it actually elevates the job or not. And then based on that, we either bring it to you or we don't.
And Mr. Witzel.
Thank you. How long ago did we implement the McGrath plan?
2018, so 4 years ago.
Okay, and how did the job descriptions that we have now come about?
They were actually done at the time that we worked with McGrath. I think the job descriptions were updated. We had people do what's called a PDQ, position description questionnaire or something like that, and changes were made at that point so that we really were trying to identify what the people were doing in terms of what that pay grade should be. So an effort was made, and I think 2017 is when this process really happened. It wasn't until 2018 that the plan was adopted. So, and we've looked at certain job descriptions since then. I think you saw the Foresters a year or so ago when we realized that there were some things that needed to be corrected. It's not that you don't see ones since that time, but that's when the bulk of them were, broadly looked at, as I recall.
So, and again, I understand the desire to refill staff quickly, but the fact that we have seen so many job description adjustments, and not all of them have gone to McGrath for adjustments. Some of them are simply, hey, we realize this is really what's happening. I've been in too many job interviews, both sides of the table, where the job description is put in front of me, and then the person doing the interview, whether it's me as a part of the panel or me as a candidate, have said, but let me tell you what the job really is. And I think that I have a big fear, and I don't know if you have an opinion in this or not, but I have a big fear that if I can quickly fill a position and get another body in the door versus looking at and adjusting the job description to really match what the job is, to better reflect what the job is, and potentially to request a reclassification. My feeling is that they're just going to fill the job. We'll just hire. Who cares what the job description says? We'll just hire. We need a born body. And that's where one of my fears comes in.
Is there any further discussion? The motion, can I get the motion repeated? Yep.
I'll have to double check, but right now I have approval allowing staff to fill open positions as budgeted.
Okay. Please vote. Mrs. Spiros.
No.
And we have a tie vote, so that motion fails. So moving on to item P on the agenda is to discuss the possible use of an employee satisfaction survey presented by Quentin Rosendich, Councilmember District 3. Quentin.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted this added as more of a discussion point for us. I'm first going to read an email that was put together by a resident, Al Nystrom. He sent that to Steve and I today. And his starts off here, I am concerned about the number of city leaders and experienced staff who have resigned recently. While a large number of resignations may be a coincidence, it is also possible that the city's work environment is a factor. I urge the council to consider a third-party survey of its employees to gain feedback on the city's work environment. An independent survey ensures that employees can answer candidly without fear of reprisals. The city can use this information to make changes that are necessary to retain its talent. There will be a cost to obtaining this information, but the cost of the employee turnover, recruiting, training, loss of productivity must be considered as well. In today's labor environment, we must do all we can to make city employment an attractive career opportunity. Thank you for your consideration. Al Nystrom, 1231 Fairview Drive, Marshfield. And that just kind of leads on the path of employee retention. I think we've all been in situations where we don't want to lose really good employees, and it seems like over the last several months, we've had some resignations within department heads, which really leads us down a path of, well, what do we do? And it's not that I don't believe that, an exit interview isn't a good thing. I think you can get some good information, but are they as candid as they would like to be? A third-party survey, I know it costs some dollars, but it does open up those candidates, those people, not even if they're just in the building, to be a little more candid about their position. What's occurring in the building? What concerns them? If it does relate back to pay, well, then we have to reevaluate. In my experience, I've worked for a large corporation. If a manager does a survey and then a third party comes in and does a survey, it's completely different because they know that they can be a little more candid with their answers. So this is really just for us to discuss. I may be in the minority of it being a concern, but I think we've seen too many good people leave our building in the last 6 to 8 months that I believe it does need to be addressed.
Any other comments? Mr. Witzel?
I fully agree. At one particular job that I left, I wish I would have been given an exit survey. I also agree that having it come from leadership within the city, I fully agree. I don't think it'll be open and honest. I think there'll be some reservation on answering. I would love to see and I don't want to make a motion right now because I think Steve's got enough on his plate. But once we figure out who our new HR director is going to be, I would love to see one of the first things be to investigate that. Maybe McGrath has something since we're using them for some other services. Maybe there's something better that whoever the new HR director has in mind. But I do think a third-party option is available. It should be available. I think it should be encouraged, if not even required. I don't know if you can do that, though, with somebody leaving. But I do think there's great value in that, and I think it would really shed some light on what's going on.
Mr. Fisher?
Thank you, Council President. I have a few questions for Steve, and then I'd like to make some comments. Would you mind coming up, Steve?
Just grab a stool.
Well, he used to sit up there, but before COVID, but
Yep.
you could go back sitting down.
What? Did I miss something?
No, go ahead.
I thought you had questions for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
annoyed now. So my questions are, first and foremost, do you do exit interviews?
Yes.
In the exit interviews, or are they given the opportunity to share any frustrations that they have?
Yeah, in fact, the exit interview allows them to do that on various levels of the organization, regarding whether it's their immediate supervisor, the organization as a whole, lots of things.
All right. In the exit interviews of anyone who's currently left, was there anything mentioned that would highlight they had any major issues with the work environment?
There was nothing that would indicate what I'll call, for lack of a term, a trend, whereas people are saying this about whether it be a certain department or me or the council or anything like that. There was no theme. Certainly people made individual comments about concerns that they might have, but I didn't see anything that pointed to these are the reasons why someone has taken another job or moved on for some reason.
Okay. Do you find that people are forthright and honest in their exit interviews?
Yeah, I find that they are. I mean, I suppose, you could always say if they were going to say something about me, it might be hard to say to my face, but I find that they're pretty direct because they're on the way out. They, for the most part, aren't fearing retribution or reprisals in some way. So they're saying, here's the good, here's the bad about what I experienced in my time here. And yeah, I think they're pretty candid. That's been my experience. I've done 4 since Jen left as HR director, and I found them to be fairly open.
Okay, thank you. I guess here's I have a lot of thoughts on this matter. First and foremost, when people leave a position, that's why we have exit interviews. We want them to be open, honest about why they're leaving, and they should be sharing concerns. And once they leave though, and I'm not saying anybody's suggesting this, but once they leave, I don't know how you really survey anyone who is left. I doubt it. I don't even know if it's really appropriate at that point to survey them. If you want to survey current staff, if they don't feel comfortable sharing their concerns because of Steve or their immediate supervisor, we have bigger issues at that point. And I do not see at all a need for a third party. To come in. We have hired a city administrator to run the city of Marshfield. And he or she is tasked at being our city administrator. I believe it is Steve's responsibility to conduct that process. Now, if you want to give him some accountability, if you want to have people assist him in the process, let's appoint a committee, let's appoint a council member or two, or just better yet, have the Finance, Budget, and Personnel Committee work with him on that. But to bring in a third party and take a survey, I can't agree with that. And in my experience, and maybe Quentin, you and I are just in two different planets. In my experience, a lot of the people in the workforce today have no problem telling you what their issues are. They can go get a job anywhere. I mean, the market is so great right now. If you want to take a job down the street at A, B, or C, you can go to A, B, or C. And if you go to them and say, so what don't you like about the city of Marshfield? I will, and maybe it's not appropriate, but I don't care. I'll bet anybody money. They're going to tell you this, this, and this. And as a city, we better be ready for their response. Because once we hear the list of things that they have issues with, and we aren't able to address them in what they view as a timely manner, you've now just created a larger hornet's nest. And I really think I'm all for having a survey. It needs to be internal, and it needs to be the person who we have paid to do the job. Again, if you want some accountability, have Finance, Budget, and Personnel work with him. But then you better be ready for everything they're going to say or anything they're going to say. And we better be ready for people to say, I'm going to leave because of this, if this happens. I'm going to leave because of that, if that happens. We need to be ready.
Mr. Witzel. Thank you. Steve, how long have you been doing exit interviews?
Me personally, just for the last, 4 or 5 weeks since Jen left.
So it's really not in your job description, it's really in the HR's job description?
Yeah, I mean, I've done it in my previous career. I've been in 2 cities prior that we didn't have an HR director, so it was me back then, period. But here, we've always, except during the interim between Laura Bear and Jennifer Rakew, which was a few months when I did them, but otherwise it's been the HR director.
Okay, and do supervisors, like, for example, somebody's leaving street department, do supervisors do any of those exit interviews, or has it always gone to HR?
It always comes to HR. I know in one recent case that I was involved in, the employee actually asked that the director of that department be sitting in as well to hear some of the concerns that they were raising. But otherwise, normally it's just HR.
Okay. Do you have a lot of connections to other municipalities?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I guess the concerns I have, first of all, it isn't your job. You have enough other things on your plate. I don't think you should be doing any exit interviews, but I also realize that in our current situation with not having an HR director, it falls on your plate by default. But I do think it does not belong on your plate. I believe it belongs, if anywhere, in the HR department. I'm also a little bit old school, where I come from the philosophy of don't burn bridges. And if I'm leaving employment from a city, I'm going to be very cautious what I say if I know that it's going to be attributed to me, because I know that people within a city are connected to other people in other cities. And I know that if I speak poorly, it may be something that burns a bridge for an opportunity down the road. I realize right now our job market is great, and I can pretty much throw a resume out and get a job anywhere. But that's not always the case. It happens to be the case right now. It wasn't the case 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It probably won't be the case 5 years or 10 years from now. a career is much longer than that. So again, I do have some concerns with that. You may be getting some honesty now. I don't think that's always going to be the case. I don't know that it's always the case now. So there's a lot of reasons. Again, I don't think we're looking to hire a firm to do a full staff-wide questioning. I think we're looking at a firm who periodically could potentially provide a resource to be a third party to gather some information where there will not be the fear of burning bridges, there will not be the fear of any of these other things, and they can be candid. But again, I don't think that any of it is really to be fully vetted until we get a new HR director on board.
Mrs. Spiros.
Thanks. I think it's really important that you always, try to test and see what your climate of your workforce is and what the environment is like. We have had some people who have left in rather short period of time. Several of those were retirements. At least one of them was somebody who left for a position that they had wanted for a really long time that finally came open. I know at least one other was a great opportunity that couldn't be passed up. So I think this is being made into a big deal politically out in our local news, and I think it's being kind of twisted and turned a little bit to make it look like something nefarious is happening at the city. And it certainly is not anything nefarious happening at the city. But I do think it's important that we get information and that people feel freely to talk about the environment in which they are working. I do want to remind everybody on this council that we did do this with the streets department. And the reason we did that is because we were at a 49% turnover. And Steve, can you refresh my memory? How long ago was the streets department survey?
I think probably about 3 years ago, Rebecca, if I'm thinking right. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it might have been.
2 years. I think.
Was it 2 years ago?
Sound
Okay.
right with you? 2?
I'm sorry, what?
2 years ago?
Well, Nick is saying 2 and he might be right. I guess I was thinking closer to 3, but maybe it's closer to 2.
Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't 3. And in fact, I don't even know if it's been a full 2 years. But anyway, we did the survey and we did that all internally. And I want you to know that every person in that street department responded to that survey with the exception of one person. And that person said they didn't respond because they had only been working there for a month. They didn't want to skew the survey results. And they also didn't feel like they had a lot to say. What we ended up doing is we ended up meeting with every person in the street department, a very small group. They were told that they could say anything they wanted. Literally anything they wanted to say could be said, and there would be absolutely no retribution for that. And that's exactly what they did. And, I will say most of the complaints that came out of the street department did focus on wages. They were concerned over raises and lack of opportunity of growth within that department. There was a little bit of, in interdepartment stuff, but most of that had been resolved at that point. And I'm happy to say that the reduction in the street department has dropped dramatically. So the point of me telling this whole story is that an internal survey, if done appropriately and followed upon appropriately, can be very successful. We've seen that ourselves within our own city. We conducted that and it was very successful. I mean, when you drop from a 49% turnover down to hardly anybody at this point leaving, I think you can call that successful. And I believe that Dan was the author of that survey, if I'm not mistaken. It was very long, but it wasn't one of those overly time-consuming ones so that people were still able to participate in it. And again, when you get every single person in your department to respond with the exception of one person who had a valid reason for not responding, that's also just another marker of success. Whether we like it or not, we do have budget restraints. We are under a tight budget still. We can't just be spending money that we don't have. So I'd be curious to know what cost is associated with doing a survey externally. And I would kind of like to know that information before we would ever make that decision. Personally, I have faith that internally we could come up with a survey that allowed people to answer freely and anonymously.
Bruce?
Any further discussion?
Nick? Anybody? Thank you. I want to echo a couple of points that Rebecca made that I was glad to hear her say. First of all, I know there's been a lot of public conversation and conversation in this room as well about people leaving. We've seen a number of people either retire or resign for other positions in the last few months. But I do want to caution everybody that I'm not trying to make light of this at all, and I can imagine what it looks like publicly. But these have all been largely, from what I can tell, for different reasons. Rebecca mentioned some of them. Somebody getting a job, with a good pay increase, somebody getting a job that really just appealed to them for a variety of reasons, people with planned retirements. I'm not saying there aren't issues that could be talked about and looked at, but the collective, I think, is becoming kind of overwhelming in terms of people think that folks are just walking out of this building daily, and that's not the case. There's no common theme that I'm seeing, at least, as to why people have made these decisions. It's a variety of reasons. The other thing I think that she said was, I think is really good to take hold of, is internally we can do some stuff. And that street division issue that you brought up, Rebecca, is a really good example. And I think that you and Nick were part of that, am I right? And along with Dan and Jen, and did a really great job of really getting into the issues. The other thing is, even if we decide to do a satisfaction survey of some kind in writing, I think the key is anonymity. Employees need absolute anonymity to be concerned or to relieve their concerns of retribution or retaliation against them. And so whether it's done by somebody else or whether it's done by me in conjunction with somebody helping me or whatever, I think that's the main point, is that the feedback we get is from people who don't feel constrained or restrained in terms of really articulating their feelings. And like I said, I think that can be done internally. Obviously, whatever this body wants to do, we'll execute, but I think it's possible to do that without going outside.
Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Council President. Were you planning to do a survey?
Yeah, I mean, I've had I had a conversation actually with Quentin a few weeks back, and I've gotten samples of surveys used in other communities. I've got a handful at my desk. With everything going on, I truthfully haven't gotten to it. But if it becomes a priority, and I think maybe it is a priority at this point, I have examples to draw from.
I'm going to say this again. I'm all for having a survey and surveying our current staff, but I'm going to warn people, be ready for what you're going to hear. And two, I just do not see the need to bring an outside firm in here. This is what we pay you to do. You already, it sounds like we're planning to do it. And it seems like this has become a political issue. And that's really disturbing to me, because I don't think we should be politicizing people's departures. And the reality is, I'm all about, let's find out what the current work environment is like. Give people the understanding that they can have, it can be anonymous. I really believe we can come to the same outcome, and we don't have to politicize them.
Mr. Rosen.
Thank you, Council President. First off, this wasn't anything political driven. I talked to Steve about this at a ribbon cutting back in early February about when Josh Miller put his resignation in. So that was more almost like 7 weeks ago. So it was more just, we're losing good people. And I talked about a monkey survey, just, hey, could you put one together? So on that end, it's really just something that I'm passionate about, because I don't want to lose good people. That's really all it is. I can agree with Mr. Witzel. I think you're not paid to do this, Steve. Like the HR person, have them come in place. Maybe they have some ideas that we can actually do internally, and I'm okay with that. But this is more of a discussion for us to just try to get a resolution of why we're losing good employees. And if it is pay, if it is the work environment, so be it. But at least we can get some answers at the end of it. Thank you.
Did you still have another comment?
Yeah, I do. Let me clarify what I mean by being politicized. This has become a campaign issue for the campaign for the mayor's race. And that's what I mean by, it is really sad that we are politicizing this. So I'm not accusing you specifically, just to go on record, but I find it sad that people are going on social media and seeing posts indicating departures and possibly making them infer that there's some really horrible thing going on at the city when and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, again, retirements and taking jobs elsewhere. If we need to address this, let's address it. I disagree. Yes, you have an HR department that oversees exit interviews, oversees HR matters. But at the end of the day, you are our employee. And to me, the buck stops with you. And so if you're not doing it, I'm assuming your staff is doing it. And I'm holding you responsible. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but I'm holding you responsible. It's the same thing, whether it's the police department, the fire department, it's any department. When you have a department, the person on top is being held responsible for everything that happens under them. So I would just argue, whether you are directly involved in the survey or not, it is your responsibility because you're overseeing that department.
I don't see any further comments, so I guess we're ready to move on to item Q. Adjourn to closed session under Wisconsin statutes, chapter 19.85, paragraph 1G. Conferring with legal counsel for the governmental body who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved, specifically to review claims for unlawful tax. There's multiple cases of that. And a closed session under Wisconsin statutes, chapter 19.95, paragraph 1E, deliberating or negotiating the purchase of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specific public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons are involved, specifically a development agreement for the project located within TIF District number 13. Mr. Witzel, your motion going to
go into closed session.
a second by Mr. Varsho. Please vote. Mrs. Spiros?
Yes, and I'd like to request a 5-minute break, please.
Yes.